set now. Might be able to push a little under. Looks like there's support at 51.75. Not a very significant amount of volume yet. 40, 50, upside. A little bit of delta, 90, 95, 90. So we might keep going down a little bit more. I don't think 5200 is all that fucking important right now, but those are drastically different. Maybe we reset the real-time data a little. Oh, okay, that fixed it. Never mind. I just hadn't reset since market open. Cool. I was on SPX. You're right. Good call. I forgot about that. That's gonna be hard to get used to. Ooh, NVIDIA at 96. What was your long weekend? Hectic. Extraordinarily hectic, but not bad. Is this Black Monday? No, it's just Monday. It is a bit interesting that bears piled into the price action this morning. Looks like there's still some out-of-the-money put interest. Next major test for ES is going to be at 52.05. So, a little bit of room to the downside there. I don't know what, I guess that would be like 51.75, 51. Yeah, maybe like 51.75 SPX. 70, 75, somewhere in there. It's about 25 more bips to the downside. Yeah, we have a bunch of documentation, Kino. And then, in addition to the documentation, we have We have like the Gamma Strike roundtables. I think there's about 15 of them now, where we do live Q&A with anybody who comes on and has questions. Thank you for GME live data. It's beautiful. No problem. Trump called Powell a loser and too late. Yeah. Hey, Glorp, it worked. I know. Out of the fucking gate, man. Not only is it working, it hasn't borked yet, which is insane. Like, this morning's pretty high volume. Looks like GF and DF are still falling like, well, I guess they caught up. Lagging spot a little? Maybe, is that the CPU shit? Yeah? Oh, okay. Do we have a fix for that? Or just spend more money? Harvard and Yale liquidating their portfolios. I highly fucking doubt it. Also, Harvard and Yale are fine. And I doubt that Yale's getting attacked for anything. Harvard, I know. Columbia, yes. Trump will never go after Penn State, so. Or Penn. Probably won't go after Princeton either. Harvard's endowment's 53 billion. Yeah. Will Trump go after East LA Community College? Hasn't he already? I thought he was cutting like a bunch of educational grants. Or did he back off of that? There was no Sunday stream. It was fucking Easter. Was a holiday affect SLD? I think it extends it one more trading session, so instead of by Monday morning, they have to have all the required deposits by Tuesday morning. Unless they've changed some rule in the last year. I haven't really looked. But I doubt they changed that. I hope everyone enjoyed some Jesus eggs. Yeah, it's kind of like caviar. I think we'll turn around for the little gaps. We could. Maybe after we test support. ES is getting pretty close to 5205. The new changes are fire. Couldn't he go kerplunk? Almost like you don't even threaten the Fed. Imagine, hold on, Dork. Imagine legitimately trying to fight the Fed. It's wild. Yeah. You know, open market actions aren't always decided on by the entirety of the committee. So Powell could just like Powell can he could do some shit all on his own. First Jan 6. Now Vance takes out the Pope. What's next? Who knows? Did he die of COVID? We're closing the on our Pew facility tonight. That would require a vote. But there's like a ton of like open market actions where Powell has the last say. Imagine we get the 2, 5, and 7 year this week and the Fed just doesn't want to bid. Trump is sacrificing himself to show the Fed is partisan. New talking point, probably. It's not partisan. He's creating massive upside risk to inflation. He's going, why aren't you guys cutting? It's like rear-ending somebody and getting out of your car and being like, how could you do this to me? Literally the stick and the bicycle meme. Yeah. Or the one where oh god, what's his name? Fuck. Eric Andre. Yeah, yeah. No, but I know his name. I'm just trying to think. Hannibal Buress, where he like shoots Hannibal Buress. That one. Hayden Christensen. You know, every irony meme actually is probably applicable. Have we made too much money to meme with us anymore? No. Your chart's lagging. There we go. I'm getting some negative gamma down below 75. Out of the money bot puts are excessive. Jesus Christ. There's so many bot puts. 5150, 5100. I will say under 70 down to 50 is a little, there's like a little room for bouncing, but maybe we just don't get any bounces. Out of the money ideas skyrocketing to the downside. The 50-65 strike is super fucked up. What's going on there? Trader dashboard. Yeah, okay. I thought we would have gotten a better bounce here at like 80, 75, but it's been kind of shit. Yeah, I know. That's so good. No worries. We'll get it fixed up. We don't need that shit. Or we kind of do. My wife told me yesterday she wants a baby. GG, fellas. It's been real. You know, you can just say no. Go get a vasectomy today. Say nothing. That way you can push back the financing cost 5 years and then just end up adopting. Did she say from you? I'm pretty sure that's micro cheating. Nope. They're 175. Yeah, I guess I'll just stay in puts all day and go take a nap. We can take a nap right here. No, they're about a short ball in here somewhere. I'm just not sure where. Somewhere between here and 50. felt like 5200. It's kind of interesting. Yes, the next relevant ES downside test is 5140, which is right around the 5119 mark on the monthly. Very important level. If we get down to 5119 by COB, all is forgiven. Listen, if we get to 5119 by end of day, you're you're gonna be a pigeon whale for life. You're gonna be under the same restrictions as Cobra. Pigeon whale or ban. Three days without you was too much. You guys seem to be doing okay. The market wasn't open. I don't know where did you expect me to be around? It is blood in, blood out. Tool holder dad's portfolio as well as collateral in this negotiation. I can't pull the snip card with all that with that potential. All right, this is what you do. Pick up skateboarding today and just start doing handrails as much as you can until you traumatically injure your testicles. Then it's not your fault. You were just trying to be healthy. Killer Tofu, welcome to fucking Pigeon Whale. Guys, Gamma Strike's fucking sick. Having 3 days off was so great. Market should be 4 days every week. I fully agree. The guy at work I don't like is long Tesla at 242. And he said he's gonna buy more if it drops. This pleases me. This is what I was talking about. Traders being piece of shit people. It's not our fault. We just are. We can't help it. We have vengeful thoughts. Just so many. Spite and vengeance. Like we're all just in here gooning off to Trump destroying the economy because we've talked about it for 2 years. People losing money is fucking hilarious. It is. That's the only reason I still am sub to Wall Street Bets. Because I'm convinced the only actually real posts on there are people who've lost money. Everything else is photoshopped. No one's ever actually made money on Wall Street Bets. He really is insanely good at destroying the economy. That's because he's also petty and vengeful. Schadenfreude. Fake money accounts, they just go all in every day and post the winners. I don't know to what end. Like, are they trying to get followers on their TikTok? Trump is as good at destroying the economy as I am at building real-time data. It's very efficient, Nuke. I love it. This looks great. And just so you know, I'm gonna iterate on the design like 5,000 times, but the rest of it, amazing. Since Gherk's ignoring me, can a mod tell me if buying GS gives instant pigeon wheel status, or are they separate transactions? They don't have anything to do with each other. How often does Gscan update? Every night. Those are OI based updates, so they're with the nightly OI updates from SIBO or Opera. I don't care about design if you can't tell by what I built. I don't know, man. You really polished this page up quite a bit. Seemed like you cared a little. Like you were this is like the equivalent of you wearing your nice pants to dinner. It wasn't me. I followed the spec. Oh, okay. Didn't he bankrupt a casino? Yep. Imagine having a machine that prints money and still fucking it up. Yeah, but in all fairness, he built his casino in New Jersey. So it was really doomed from the get go. Actually, yeah, residents. There's a set of documentation. If you go up here in the right hand corner and you click that, there's a little link for the documentation there. That covers a lot of the options information and stuff, and information about the various features. And then additionally, on here on the YouTube, there's about 15 live Q&A sessions that are recorded over the last few months between us and Gamma Strike users, and so I'm sure there's probably a lot of helpful information in there too. You can probably fast forward through the parts where we devolve into just talking about complete bullshit, but the questions are decent. We'll consolidate that later. We're still in beta, so a lot of that information is, gonna be we're gonna consolidate those questions down and build out a better FAQ and hopefully have like a more succinct or at least searchable format. You thought I could come up with this? I mean, I knew you had help. But the point was, is you brought it to spec before pushing it to beta, and you could have just pushed raw data feed to beta and been like, figure this shit out because it's beta. Is there anything to be aware of between the old and new live data tabs, or is new 100% good to go? No, old is vetted and tested and pushed to prod and been being used for 6 months. This is brand new, and it's a beta feature that you guys are testing. So, I mean, all of the conditions that apply to all of the data we provide apply to the new, but I would take extra caution all the same. If you have any questions about the reliability of data, you can refer to the terms of service, but all of our data is based off of our own calculations using data given to us by another data provider. And so, as far as accuracy goes, we can only be as accurate as the upstream provider. This is all covered under the terms. But I mean, it's just standard jargon, right? Like, I mean, there can be data issues and corruptibility and stuff like that. I don't think we have those yet, but we're definitely still testing this. It's spent 3 months building this shit out to not have it be amazing when we release it. Fair enough. I'm sending my wife to Nuke for the week. Sorry. That's okay, Carl. We can always go back to, what was it? Snorting coke out of J Fresh's butthole. I'm using prod. When was that an option? Always has been. Did you switch to a gray cat so the coke was easier to see? No, that's part of the challenge. Any new puts coming in? Oh, let's find out. I bet the pink eye was aggressive. No pink eye. Just toxo toxoplasmosis. Yeah, it makes us keep J Fresh around. The cook kills the pink eye germs. Meta. 450 watching, less than half likes. Gotta get those numbers up. I can't believe we don't have a 100% like ratio today with the new data being implemented. How, how wildly disappointing. Nuke. I like the put premium being, there just being two put premiums. It just doesn't have any of the updates. Am I regarded? You probably don't have beta? I guess. Maybe. Do you have beta? Are you a beta subscriber? Right now, it's only open to beta subscribers. You guys will, the rest of you will get it soon. We gotta run it through some testing period. You a beta boy? Girk loves it when that chocolate starfish is pulsating at him, covered in powdered sugar. That's not chocolate covered, he's a cat. It's pink. If you have beta and don't see it, log out and back in and look for a new button. There you go. Thanks, Max. I appreciate it. That's the kind of loyalty and admiration that I'd like from everybody. Should have 450 consecutive viewers. with 22,500 likes. I guess Bitcoin is just gooning now. It's up a little bit. All the VU and chill degens are selling their VU and buying BTC. The entire fire community taken out in one crypto bear market. Why are you trying to make me horny, Dork? Yeah, not a lot of puts coming in. A lot of calls being sold, though. There's some puts being bought at 65, but sold at 50 and 60. Some sold puts at 75. So maybe a little choppy here. Thanks, Dr. Drake. I just added a Chrome plugin to auto-like videos from channels I follow. Amazing. The mustard line gets patched out and we suddenly start going down again. Coincidence? I think not. Hold on. Hmm. Interesting. Ooh, I want to look at other ones. Ooh, yeah, there's a bunch of options on SPY 5115. What's GME look like? It's fucking sick. Bounce back up to 85, maybe? Yeah, Snook, I know. Let's see when Trump's live. He's got some Easter egg thing going on. He might hold one and say, "This is J-Pow," and crush it in his tiny hand. You think he could do that without bursting like a capillary in his fingers? That was forward yield on vol up. like 19.89. It's up pretty significantly from like the like 10%. It's almost doubled from the 10% low the other day. Also, the carry's starting to get wrecked here. Correlation's moving up. There's a big drop in skew on Friday. Jesus Christ. The 10-2 year is up 14.26% today. The spread. Oh, it broke 60. That's the exciting part. That's what it broke in March of 2020. Ooh. When quantitative easing. Dork. It's time for Powell to fire up the money printer, but I don't think they're going to work. I wrote about them stopping QT this morning because on RRP is not filling up quickly enough. Yeah. On RRP is at like 58.6 billion. This is just rocketing straight down since the end of March. Like ever since the window dressing when it hit 400 billion. If we stop, isn't QT, isn't that bullish or bearish given the current situation? Well, stopping QT would probably be stabilizing. Starting QE, hard to say. But someone's got to come in and buy new bonds from the Treasury. And if repo's fucking empty, there's not a lot of padding there for issuance. I mean, we've got 3 auctions this week for, like 150 something billion, right? Something like that. And there's $58 billion in overnight repo. I don't think anyone's trying to juice their buybacks right now, but they've already got buyback programs in place. Is this just vol shorting? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's a bounce. I expected us to get one around 70, 75. We did. But there's resistance here. If we break above 85, there'll be resistance at like 5,200 to 5,210. They might not, but I think buybacks and tech and stuff will still stay pretty strong. So maybe smaller. There might be like smaller companies that hold back on buyback operations, but if you're buying back stock, you want to buy it back when it's down. And a lot of those companies are very unlikely to change their buyback plans. Like Apple, Apple's not going to change their buybacks. They'll have shitloads of cash. So very unlikely for them to be paused or canceled just because the stock price is down. If anything, more likely to buy back more of the stock because the price is down. But some of that'll depend on their guidance. And we'll see what guidance looks like starting this week and then next. Hmm. Pump the price so insiders can sell. Yep. Alright, well, we filled the local upside gap. Have the insiders been selling for a while? Depends on the company. Not all of them, but some, yeah. That was weird. There we go. Sorry about that. It's got disconnected for a second. Yeah, bot puts at 51.65. A little bit of profit taken on the 70, 75, 80 puts. Still tons of bot puts to the downside. That doesn't seem to be changing much. Little support around 55-ish. But everything else seems fine. Thanks to Nuke and Co. for the live data. Get wrecked, Pores. Nice. My put is still at $0, even though we've moved down 50. How fucking far out of the money are you? 51.50 puts coming in. Some 51.20. Two upside bot calls. The range down here is tricky. I guess failure here. Let me go down to like oh, there we go. So if we fail 62, probably test 50. A little bounce here. We'll see if it rejects. There's some profit taking out of the money around like 51.80 to 5200. I don't know. Gold silver ratios fluctuate a lot. I think largely a standard ratio between the two is bullshit. Sometimes if there's supply problems, it could be important, but I don't think we're there yet. Hmm. Sold puts in trouble? A bit. Yeah, we failed the bounce. I said if we lost 62, probably for test 50. Well, looks like that's kind of on track. I don't know, maybe like 52, but well, that a ton of vol picked up to the downside, which might make the move a little choppy. Under 45, there's volatility picks up a bit. Room to the downside. A little. We're kind of running out of momentum, though. Need a bigger push down, break under 50, and then we could move down more. Actually, break under, I would say 45, not just 50. Yeah, we can watch Trump chase Easter eggs. That should be funny. Ugh. Trump has a heart attack trying to take those eggs before the kids do. I think markets rally. Like, if Trump dies right now, pump. Big, big fucking pump. Did you forget that JD takes over? That won't matter for 45 minutes. Peter Thiel's version of techno-feudalism is a bit different. Also, Congress Congress isn't going to try to impeach Trump, but they would impeach fucking JD Vance, that nauseating couch fucker, in a heartbeat. Nobody has any respect for him. Is that Melania? Where's her hat? Is her forehead healed? Why are they doing this a day late?
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and a very happy Easter to everyone. It was a beautiful day yesterday, and it's a beautiful day today. We don't have to worry about sunburn, but looks like it's not going to be raining. It's going to be really something special. 40,000, 42,000 people are expected all throughout the day, and it's an honor to have you. I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard, He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is some band. I've heard this band actually indirectly for 4 years and very directly now for 4.5. And I like the direct method even better. But the Marine Corps band is very, very special. Thank you very much. What a great job. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank the National Park Service, the job they do in making everything so beautiful and spiffy. And I'm very difficult when it comes to that. I will tell you, very, very difficult. And I say they have done an incredible job. You just have to look around and see. And I just want to give a special thank you to our great First Lady who organized this entire event. She worked very, very hard on it. She worked very hard. I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm working on the egg roll. I said, that sounds like a lot of fun. And we're going to have a lot of fun in just a couple of minutes. But again, our country is doing very well. We had the highest number of recruits, enlistments that we've had in, I think, 28 or 29 years. And I'm sure we're going to actually beat that number. It's all happened. Since November 5th, it's all happened. Enrollment in the military is at a record. And enrollment in the police force, fire forces, and all of the different law enforcement groups, we're setting records. And 6 months ago, we couldn't get anybody, and now we're setting records. That's sort of testament to what's happening in terms of the spirit of our country. We love our country, and it's been something very, very special. And speaking of special, Easter is special, and it's one of our favorite days. It's one of our favorite periods of time. We're honoring Jesus Christ, and we're going to honor Jesus Christ very powerfully throughout our lives, all throughout our lives, not just now, all throughout our lives. We're bringing religion back in America. We're bringing a lot of things back, but religion is coming back to America. That's why you see the kind of numbers that you're seeing, the spirit and the kind of numbers that you're seeing. So we're going to come down and join you right now, but I just want to wish everybody once again, happy Easter, and enjoy your lives. We're going to have a great 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Getting close to the 50 test. Left a gap up at 75, 79. And then there's gaps up at like 191 through 197. Is he gonna like roll an egg or something? What the fuck is going on here? Why are people selling puts like he's gonna turn the market around? There's no one there. This is just the band, no audience. Zero kids, because they're in school. Because they did the Easter egg roll on a Monday. Good job, Melania. No, Doge didn't let them buy eggs. Obviously. Melania finally fucked him. Let's say look good. Did you see my weekly prediction earlier? Pork chops are pretty hard flavor to get a hold of, I think. What do you have bones in your yogurt? Hmm. Still haven't gotten a 50 test. I'm scared we're getting closer and closer to 5119. I'll never be able to leave Pigeon Whale. Hmm. Very possible. We might get it today. I mean, it's still kind of out of reach, but it's, I put it in the morning update. There's a lot of gamma below 50. We could go pretty quick. Also, puts are coming in 51, 50, 40, 35, 51, 20. I've got it up, but they're just not doing anything right now. Mm. Well, we got the 50 test. I think we could go beyond 50. Mm. Gambling Strike doesn't have a song. There goes 48. I mean, this is going to be supportive a bit. SPX is going to 50.65 today. They'd have to say something pretty bad, I think, for that to happen. Ooh. No, we need to lose 45 to dump more. But if we do, I mean, 25 or 20. Actually, kind of anywhere between 25 and 10, we could hit to the downside. But losing 50s doesn't matter as much as losing 45 here. IV turns up more under 45. They weren't selling the 50 very heavily. There are bot puts at 40 and 35 and 20. A pretty decent number of them. I've got the Trump stream up. He's not doing anything. He's just milling around the crowd and fucking shaking babies or something. I don't know. Touching them. This is your weekly prediction. It's on the chart on Pickles Picks. Shaking babies is probably accurate. Alright, let's see if we lose 45. I think we might. I'm pushing towards the futures downside test at 51.40, which is a big deal. What do you think about Tesla? Hot garbage. It's got support at 220 though. 220 and 200 are both kind of big supports on it. But I would say under 217, it's probably going to go down into like the 190s. I mean, there's earnings this week. I don't expect them to be good. And I probably wouldn't buy puts right now because I'm sure they're super fucking overpriced. You're a big deal. Thanks, taking off Friday. I'm not, but I appreciate the sentiment. Humble all of a sudden? Ooh, there's 41. Sliding. Ugh, I can't wait to lock in Rims and Tims for Pigeon Whale for life. So close. One of my favorite Roblox streamer. Thanks, man. Trump's talking to the press? Again? Is he? No, he's not. I mean, not audibly.
We're opening a fantastic project there, yeah. And I hope I'm going to get to see it.
We look forward to seeing it.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much.
Will you comply with Supreme Court?
It should acknowledge the dividends for life. Yep.
A lot of them to leave the country. It's almost nearly impossible because flights have been suspended. What do you make of that?
Well, I make of the fact that we have to have a safe country. If people are in our country illegally, and if they have records that are very bad in particular, we have to get them out. I was, as you know, elected on the basis that we would have very little crime in our country. They don't want illegal immigrants. We've closed up the border.
Rims will be my forever brother now. It's true. Real-time data? You guys are beasts. Make sure you tell Nuke that a bunch. He needs validated. There's some little kid shouting Trump. The stream is slightly delayed. When asked if he would comply with the Supreme Court's weekend order, they cut his audio. Ooh, interesting.
Any advice for the new? Yeah, make sure you like each other. If you don't get much. Yeah.
Real quickly, you talked about Jesus in your opening statement. How important is this country right now?
I don't think anyone who's been here long enough has learned a vast amount of knowledge, but we're all still G-gens. It's true.
Bring religion back. Religion keeps you together. Such a great thing.
Thank you, sir.
The little kid has a letter for him, and he's just ignoring him. What a dick. I'm just glad I got in on the beta. It keeps getting better and better. Yep. Kid's got an anthrax letter. You guys think Fink sent him? Thanks, Toe Beans. Bummed I didn't get in on the beta. I mean, even the standard subscription's still cheap as fuck. For now.
Your audio.
I jumped on the Houston Wade stream on Friday when you weren't here. I haven't watched him in years. I think somehow Houston knows less than he used to about how options and the market work. How? Maybe you just know more and it's easier for you to see through the bullshit now. Whatever's in the beta will make it to public release. Relax. For now, hold up. I don't know if we're going to get tariffed or not, Jen. Okay, I have a question. When Melania wears trench coats, does she just wear nothing underneath them? Like when rich people steal stuff for the thrill? Slovenian streetwalker says what? She's stealing eggs? What? Who is? Is the only thing keeping Don's heart beating at 62 beats per minute? It wasn't my fault. The market's closed. Since we slipped 45, does this just keep going? Probably. Yeah, there's not much to slow us down. We're a little low on puts at 25. But there's puts at 35, 30, 120. Quite a lot of them. Looks like 51.15 might be supportive. So this might just be a little bit of consolidation while more puts are building out. I mean, it looks like we should have a pretty clean shot all the way down to 51.10, honestly. 51.10 or 51.05. But negative gamma is pretty high and pretty flat, so there's no reason I don't think there's any reason we wouldn't be able to slide down. And 51.19's not supportive necessarily. It's just a really important, like, systematic level. It's the April 24 low. They think you actually control the market. Wait, do you? I don't know what you're talking about. Anything significant from the auctions? It was just a 3 and 6 month. It was fucking just boring shit. No one cares. Fed bid 3 billion. Looks like bid to cover is 3.01. 39% of the bid at the high. for the 3-month, and then bid to cover on the 6 was 2.93 with 30.34% at the high. If you didn't hear on the sound, he said tariff negotiations are going well. We make a lot of money. He touted car and steel tariffs. He said he had good meetings on Ukraine, Russia, and Iran. And he said he needs more time. And tariffs are going well. Everybody wants to negotiate. And Hegseth is doing a great job. When asked about the EU, he said we'll end up having a deal. This morning at 9:41 Eastern, he said, preemptive cuts and rates being called for by many, there can be a slowing of the economy unless Mr. Too Late, a major loser, lowers interest rates now. He was talking about Trump, or Trump was talking about J-Pow. Ooh, sunshine meeting notice. The Fed held an emergency meeting today. Trump said good chance of Ukraine-Russia deal today. Calling the only man on the planet who's more powerful than you a loser is something else. Different kind of power, but yeah. Powell should start calling him too soon tiny hands. Well, they called a meeting of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve today at 10 a.m. It says they're just doing a periodic briefing. That's bullish for sure. I think if Powell cuts rates, there's going to be a problem. Like, if he caves and cuts rates, I don't think it's going to be bullish. Yeah, it's a closed door meeting. Always. Pretty much. Short bullish until it sets in, then panic. I think immediate panic. Probably discussing the carry trade unwind or basis trade failing. Same thing, really. Remember what happened the last times they cut to the top end rates? They didn't fucking go down. I think there's a good chance the rest of the world just wants nothing to do with China or North America at this point, or US. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Push it down. Remember, still maybe a little support at 25. The carry trade only has 25% left. They only covered the short end of the trade. The rest of it's all still levered to the tits. And even the short end got levered right back up again. So there was a brief window where the thing where Jamie Dimon said was slightly correct. Bounce back to what? 51.50 or 52.50? What do you think the fake Discord Gherk wants? I have no idea. Pi-Fi is so niche. How would anyone realistically fall for a scam? I think they just like, it's just like trading scams. Like, oh, send me 10,000 F at this address and I'll trade it for you. Look at my returns. You're cheating? You set me up to be locked in. No, I didn't. I just drew a line, man. Fake Gherk wants love and affirmation. No, that's real Gherk. Is Pigeon Wheel just a flex thing? Pretty much, yeah. Is there a big benefit? Yeah, secret DD. And my unconditional love. You don't get that as a billionaire. So, yeah, special treatment. I made $11,000. I hate you? Nice. I'm gonna spend 1,200 of that a year on Pigeon Wheel forever. Unless this bounces off of 51.25. Hard. It's so easy to fake accounts. No, it's not. They can't even fake them. Like, you have to... If you just check the name, one of them is real, one of them is not. Like, that's all you have to do. Also, you know it's not real, because why the fuck would I ever DM any of you guys? BHAT up another 10%. I know. That's clearly a lie. You've definitely mentioned you're indifferent and incapable of loving. The Pigeonhole can confirm the special treatment. The beratings are so much better. See? Can you whisper hard and then time me out? No, because if I time you out on the YouTube, it fucking unmods you. Nice try, Carl. Well, the Tootsie Roll DT was locked in, Dunkston. Even let me DM you. Yeah, one person falling for it's definitely enough. I feel like we all make fun of it and talk about it enough on the Discord that it's pretty much common knowledge that that anybody trying that is obviously, a fraud. And we've also gotten really good at blocking the bot accounts and banning them before they have time to like DM everybody in the Discord. I always respond to people's questions if I have time. Sometimes it takes me a while to respond to people's DMs, but usually I do. But that's like you're DMing me through the Discord, and like you're definitely DMing me. That's very different than me like reaching out to people and being like, "Have you tried a trading platform?" That shit's definitely not me. I could get rid of it entirely by just making the entire Discord private. But sometimes I like to watch the GME holders suffer. I wasn't called, but did someone get frauded? No, I don't think so. Anyway, I HELOC'd and wired 40K to the Philippines. Nice, Dork. You're gonna be rich in no time, man. My uncle just got scammed by one of those platforms. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I think they just prey on, like, elderly people and older people that don't know what the fuck's going on. Is that why you had Nuke build live GME data? Just to twist the knife? No. I'm not evil, me too. More chaotic neutral. We needed a shitcoin to test. Oh, so I was actually the one who brought it up, if only because it added some diversity to our data set. Yeah. Also, it's got a weird options market, which is probably fun to monitor in real time. Yeah, Dork, win V3. Can you readjust the chart? It's over by where the chat is on my TV now, and the baby doesn't want to trade by the computer, so I'm stuck here. There you go, Pickle Morty. Today's been a great day to have strangled Friday. I wonder when the pickle jar will just learn to be delta neutral at close. And rich. Whatever. Thursday. Same shit. You know what I mean. The last day of the week. AKA Friday. Now the GME is on live data. It'll never run again. That's my hope. Where do we go if we lose 51.25? 51.20? I think maybe I should put a stop on my puts. Maybe? I don't know. Fuck it. 8 months of straddles and strangles and 15-minute to expiry gambles. Returns minus the 15 minutes to expiry gambles have been good. Awesome. Yeah, it takes a while. And most of the value is gained in like the last hour of the day. Don't we also have the low-cost imports tariff exemption expiring next week? I'm not actually sure. If you could find something on that, I'd appreciate it, because I'll definitely forget to look into it. Andrew, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Trump's calendar looks clear. Can tweet crazy shit for the rest of the trading day now. I just needed him to tweet something that causes $6 more of bearishness. Once I've got Rims and Tims locked into Pigeon Whale for life, I'm good for the day. Yeah, this doesn't look, I mean, it doesn't look super great. Bounces aren't getting much volume. Seems like things are still continuing to bleed on rising IV. VIX is pushing up through 35. I don't know if we bounce on 51.19, but Gamma, like, to the downside kind of tops out around 20, so we could keep going. I mean, I think 5105 or 5100 is just as valid. They're slowly pulling me away from the pores. Good. You're gonna need it too now that they got rid of DEI. Your whole strategy for getting jobs has been foiled. Wrecked, savage, absolutely taken down. I thought you meant the pickle jar got rid of DEI. I don't think we ever had it in place. Yeah, I would say profit taking. Probably the same method for a bounce at 51.20 if we get it. I mean, we did. We allow people from all walks of life in the Discord. Yeah, but they all have to be retarded. That's the requirement. Anybody who acts too smart for their britches, right out on the street. It's just we're just looking at a different kind of diversity. I don't know if that's necessarily a requirement or just our target demographic. Neuro rainbows. We have a dork, a duck, an otter or two. Carl. Don't forget whales with tiny wings. The Discord meets ADA standards. Yeah, we do. We actually do have two Carls. We're disabled equine investors. Thank you very much. That translates to he runs around at horse races and tries to jerk off the horses before the race. Why does anybody do that? You guys know, if you ever need a job and you don't want to do Dan work, that like a gallon of horse semen from a racehorse is worth like $1 million. If you could just sneak in there, quick hand job, run away, you're set for life. You think we don't know that? A gallon is a lot. Get good at your technique. The sun has gone down and the moon has come up, and somebody already left with the cup, but he's driving and riding a jerk in the steeds. May 2nd, end of less than $800 imported goods tariff exemption. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll check it out. Well, there goes Timu. Equine flashlights are not exactly discreet. Oh man. You know, me too. This is gonna be the nastiest joke of the day. But I heard that you could probably smuggle in an equine fleshlight and a Boeing engineer. I'm sorry, you left the door open. What? Oh, this place is so fucked up. I love it. Too soon. Wasn't that like the early 2000s? Oh man, exactly what incident are you referring to? Don't Google it. Just trust me, your life will be better. We talk about the guy that lives near where I used to work here in Washington. Yeah. 5119 is safe. Is it? Boeing went downhill from there. Coincidence? Horse really blew all the doors open, huh? Oh my god, was he the door guy? Is there any way to find out? This might be flat till 1, lunchtime. Vol's a little high for it to be flat. Let's see how these upside tests go. Still a ton of bot pits. Delta and Gamma flip? Way the fuck out of the money. 5,200. Right around there. So some in the money bot puts at 20, or bot calls at 20. Bot puts starting to come in at 30 and 25. Some out of the money calls at 50 and 70. Although not very many of them. Those might just be short calls being bought to close. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta do some real quick. What did I miss? Fucking nothing. Was Trump talking again today? Hmm. Day's not over yet, Rims. Pushing for the 50 test, I assume. An awful lot of speed in Vana on any failure to the downside. I mean, they might just fail hard right now. This bounce doesn't look so fucking hot on MNQ, I'll tell you that much. Kenny's long Vana under 50. I don't know, like 50, 60 something. I will say right now, very hard for us to get under 5,100. Happy Monday, man. I bought some calls from the doctor's office this AM. Will I win? I think it depends what you're trying to win. Is this puts closing or call buying? Call buying. Mostly. Out to like 50, 55. Then it kind of falls off. There's a bit of puts closing. Not a ton, but the initial bounce was driven by them. We're gonna finish the day green. Very unlikely. I mean, unless Trump like pulls back tariffs or something crazy. Hmm. I don't think we're getting up to 5,200 yet. 50 is the local resistance. Japanese negotiators are complaining that the problem with the trade negotiations at the White House, what's delaying concrete progress, and what's a real deal, is the U.S. keeps changing its ask. Sounds about right. Back at 40, ramps down to 25. What's new? Why are you in a spaceship? Beautiful. Head and shoulders? Yeah, it is one. Volume's not that lame. I mean, volume's pretty high today. At least on ES it is. Yeah, NQ's rough. I said the bounce on NQ wasn't quite as bullish. What's going on here? Bounce back to the low. No, I don't like DeMark. Support at 25 and 20. Probably 20. I would say lower low on the failure is pretty likely. But vol picks up under 30. Left a little gap at 35. No, we didn't bounce back and fill the gap. Which could mean the liquidity is a little slim here. GLT is down 1.3%. 20-year pushing for 5 again. Thanks, McConnerberry. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, ES might be headed to the low from like right after the bounce. Apple gains exceeded Netflix losses. Carl do good. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, support's a little weaker. Probably less likely to get support at 25 than last time. This put's coming in at 20, 25. 10, 105, 5100. Doesn't look like any calls are coming in. NQ is getting pretty close to making a new low. We bounce here and fail to fill the 35 gap. It's really bad. I'll fill it in 2035. There's a little bit of a vol short on the bounce. Not a very big one. Ooh, nice. Only a couple more dollars to go. And Rims and Tims locked in for life. There we go. Welcome aboard, Rims. I hope it paid for itself. I missed the Power Hour song. Well, I never used to play it at 1 o'clock. I notice Rims and Tims is strangely silent here. There we fucking go. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Rims and Tims a shout out for hooking you up and enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. A lot of 5100 puts came in there. Yep. I saw new low. I hate and love you. I know. We're not crashing. We're just going down to retest the lows. Vol control is a little blown up, but it's still moderately stable. Chew me timbers and call me an Osprey. It looks like answering Narnia's call and headed to Neverland. Well done. Failure to gain kind of confidence on the bounce. Going back to super high tail hedging and lots of fear is pretty bearish. Yeah, it is. But we're always like one tangential comment away from rocketing up 5%. This is the market we're in now. Unfortunately. I just realized it's rims in Tim's, not rims in Tim's. That's correct. Depends on what he says. 10%, yeah, sure. But less likely. Did you say something about the Hertz situation? What about it? I mean, there's probably some covering that got blown up with Ackman's acquisition. I would say the shorts will try to get things back down and net out whatever losses they can, and then, FTDs will probably roll in somewhere between like T35 and T. Well, I guess between like T35 and T42, 43. But give it a minute for them to get like vol and stuff under control. Just killed the Pope Vance. Beautiful. Like if it's gonna repeat what Cohen did to GME, which it's not the exact same scenario, but if it were going to do that, the initial buy-in would probably get stuffed a bit before the FTDs hit the tape. I will say that I don't think Hertz has a huge amount of ETF liquidity, probably not comparable to GME, but that can change really quickly. Don't forget the holiday extension, if anything was due Friday. Yeah, true. There probably was some stuff due Friday. I don't know. I mean, I just had leaps on it, so it was fucking kind of didn't give a shit so much about timing it. But I would say if vol gets crushed out and you start seeing a lot of netting, then probably a decent opportunity to try to play the covering side of the FTDs. But I would get a lot of theta if I were going to do that. Just because, I mean, there's no... Ultimately, is like what I realized with GME is you can time it all you want, and yeah, you can get really good returns that way. But you have to be so precise, and there's so many moving pieces that it tends to just be a lot easier to get like 6 months of theta and just see what the fuck happens. I wish you'd made it a pickles pick. I mean, I talked about it on the member stream for like a fucking hour. But yeah, I get it. It's so risky. All of that shit is so risky. I don't want to fuck up my fucking awesome pickles pick win rate with risky garbage. Yeah, it's on the Dillionaires Discord. Let's make a new category, PPD Gen. When shortfall is squeezy, if we get under like 50-80, like bad squeezies to the downside or lower than spot. 1 second. should have made it a Dork's dunk. If Dork had levered up on it, he'd already be rich. No one would have to hear him whine about his cup or his quesadilla stipend anymore. Clearly, I just have to fill Dork's account with the money to lever things up, or just trade for him. It's the only way I can make Dork rich. So be it. D-rated picks that have too much volume on chain. It's the reason I don't put shit like that in Pickles picks is because you guys do stupid degenerate shit like full porting Hertz, and then it doesn't do anything for like 20 days, and you're like, I've lost everything, and then the next day it runs. Fluffy, you forgot my unconditional love. I've added that as one of the perks. Also, the blood in, blood out agreement that is signed between me and the Pigeon Whales. It's the next. It's really taking the parasocial relationship to the next level. The unconditional love is so important. It didn't even need to be stated. What level do we get a jar of your bathwater? I mean, if you buy Pontiff, I'll take a bath with you. Close on, though. Close on bath. No deal. Clip that, it's a binding contract. Soap bubbles, of course. Okay, of course soap bubbles. Clothes on can just be a Speedo. If you keep Pontiff for multiple months, maybe I'd consider a clothes off bath. But I've got to get to know you. I'm not a slut, alright? Are you trying to hurt Gherkin on purpose? There are upstate college students that would disagree. I have no idea what you're talking about. How do I buy Pontiff? It's on the Ko-Fi. If I pay you 10 million, will you trade for me and get me out of poverty? Thanks. Let me know when. So you want me to manage 10 million of your dollars? We could draw something up. I'm gonna expect higher than usual commissions. $1 10 million times. 10 million all YOLO'd into 0 DTs. Hey, listen, if it hits. So instead of 220, it's 100. No. Probably something more like 530. I'm not an asshole. Well. $525 or no deal. You do know the second number is the money I make on your money, right? And 510. About 740. Oh, my fucking allergies are killing me. Oh, what a bitch. You're gonna regret it when one of us retards makes enough to buy Pontiff? Probably. But then I'll just raise the price of Pontiff afterwards. How have you not designed yourself to live in a clean room? Why would I do that? You don't seem concerned by this push. Because I already closed my puts when we tested 5119. So just I don't have any exposure. Was anyone actually bought Pontiff? No comment. That dude that made 7 million should have. I know, right? Unbelievable. Pontiff comes with a confidentiality agreement, just like the real Catholic Church. How do I convince my grandma, who is my prime broker, that Pontiff is a good investment for us? I'd suggest waiting for your birthday before trying to apply any of your leverage. Please don't let Seabill ever get Pontiff. Just tell him the funds were rejected, okay? Nope. No, I can't do that. I can't reverse the charges. You'll have to stop him yourself. Use your wiles. How's Buffett's carry trade middleman doing? Great. Oh my god, I just saw Pontiff membership is $250,000. Yep. Now, if acts like it would be a bad thing for me to have 250k to waste on something. Does anyone have 250k to waste? Actually. Fair. You get the eggplant parm recipe. Not only do you get the recipe, I make you a tray of it. He's been working out, so I don't know if he'll be able to wrestle his credit card away. I said use your wiles. If anyone had 250k to waste, they wouldn't be here. You'd be surprised. Hold on. White House has begun the search for a new Secretary of Defense. Wait, I thought Hegseth was doing great. Trump literally said that this morning. 250K on puts and Feb that 10x, less than the Pontiff experience. Yeah. I know SPX is down over 3%. You serious? That's fucking hilarious. I don't know, but I assume it's true. 10 years at 4.4? Now that's significant. 4.5 would be more significant. Yep, they did. Yeah, White House has begun the process of looking for a new Secretary of Defense, according to U.S. official who is not authorized to speak publicly. NPR has reached out to the White House for comment. This comes as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to find himself mired in controversy. NPR has also confirmed with the same official that Hegseth shared details about last month's Yemen strikes with his wife and his brother in a signal chat on his personal phone minutes after being updated by senior U.S. military officials. The news of the second signal group chat about the mission was first reported by the New York Times. In March, Hegseth shared details about action against Houthi targets in Yemen in a signal chat with top White House officials that accidentally included a journalist. In the last few weeks, 4 senior advisors to Hegseth have left abruptly, some accused of leaking. They have all released public statements suggesting infighting within the Department of Defense. Amazing. Does Pontiff come with a free upgrade to a beta Gamma Strike account? Sure. Yeah, I can make that happen. Merit-based. So much winning. I mean, Hegseth was... Like, everyone knew Hegseth was incompetent as fuck, right? So that wasn't really it. This is the least surprising one. GOP Rep Bacon, Hegseth should go, according to Politico. 38 counterparties taking $114.11 billion at the Fed repo operation. Ooh, FTC takes action against Uber for deceptive billing and cancellation practices. Finally. Wait till they find out how much they charge customers and then how much they pay drivers. How many pooties do you have? I still have the June ones. Well, 5 of them. But the ones I had for today, I closed already. So if we go lower, I'm just not going to have any exposure. This is the same NPR being defunded? Yeah, what an idiot idea. At least they're going out on top. Unlike Hegseth. Did you see the screenshot with your YouTube tags on Discord? No. Where? Ew. Pickle Rick? That's amazing. Ray Pope Francis dying. What about it? White House Press Secretary Levitt? The president stands strongly behind Hegseth? Wait, what the fuck is going on? 10,461,582 views. Wait, what has that? Who do you think will get picked as the new pope? Probably a cardinal. Don't quote me on it. Me? That's a lot of views. Holy shit. Are we sure? Oh, all time. That's just the same 500 people for 4 years. Got you, Morty. Stands proudly. Meanwhile, this headline on Reuters: breaking news. The White House has begun the process of looking for a new Secretary of Defense, according to. Yeah, so, I mean, what that means is like, oh shit, somebody forgot to take the keys from Hegseth before he found out he was being fired. Will Hegseth fall out of a window in the next 2 weeks? Possibly. That would only account for 630,000 of total views. Oh shit. Unscheduled vacation to El Salvador. Have my bow. Levitt will hate on Hegseth at her first chance. Make it sound like it was always Trump's idea, and insult someone who asked her about it. That sounds about right. Elon and Co trying to scapegoat JPOW? Mm-hmm. Fucking with the independence of the Fed is unbelievably fucking stupid. Macy, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. If you're the new Pope, what responsibilities will Pontiff have? I don't know. Fanning me, I suppose. With leaves of some sort. What was Pope Francis's pickle jar name? I can't disclose that. Wait, we buy Pontiff and wait on you? Yeah, no, it's like a dream come true. Who wouldn't want to be Pope? The hack game is top notch. True. I have a bunch of papal ancestors. I think they all got assassinated. I know no financial advice, but can the IRS find out about me potentially inheriting some land in Mexico? Probably. I don't know. Ask a CPA. I'm not buying a Pope hat to put VWAP on it. It's weird. Mm. Why aren't they letting VIX be great again? It's pretty great. But there's a lot less sold puts down here than there were the last time. What's currently your favorite Costco item? There's like little oatmeal bars with dark chocolate and coconut in them that are fucking amazing. Mm. The Snake River's Farm jerky is good. I've bought that one before. Bears ate the bulls for lunch. Yeah. Netflix give their entire earnings pump back. JPM short puts went in the money at 53.10. I'm going for 5% today. NQ still looks kind of like a bag of shit, so we might get under 5,100. Got 2 hours left. But that real-time data sure is cool. If only I had some settled cash to play it. Hmm. Interesting. Got bot puts all the way to the downside at like 50, 70. A lot of bot puts at 5100, 5095. Thanks, man. Think this continues overnight? Maybe. I don't know. Is the news gonna get worse? You think Trump can control himself for 24 hours and not threaten the Fed president? I'm not sure. It's definitely bearish right now. No. Valid. Are we near oversold? No, there's still put interest coming into the downside. We're oversold at 0. There's some bot calls coming in, a few, 5,100 right now. What would happen if we go to war with Iran and China at the same time? SPX? No one gives a shit about Iran, but China would be bad. USD's JPY situation is terrible. Dollar's down 107 points today and 104 against the yen. So leverage is bleeding out pretty quickly. What were those volume spikes? Where? I'm so happy this worked. 10 out of 10, my greatest accomplishment. It's a masterpiece. Your magnum opus. I'm gonna start calling you Charlotte from Charlotte's Web. I'm not gonna stop. Who's Wilbur? Hmm. It's a good question. Jay Fresh? I do love Templeton. Dirk, he's a cannibal. Shit never gets old. Yeah, I would definitely want to have like upside call hedges on this because, yeah, I mean Trump can fucking just say anything and everything gets fucked. Trading view, dude. Not sure who you mean. It's not allowed. It's hiding the pedophiles. Oh boy. Oh, I have no idea. Is he still around? Hmm. This is fun. I haven't used the the new active trader beta. Can Blitz push this to 125? Back up to 125? Probably. I don't think they're trying to, but they could. Looks like we hit some bot calls at 5100 there. Or does this get major V boosters? Above like 5150? We've never crashed on Apex yet, right? I mean, last month wasn't great. But falling back under 5119 is pretty bad. If we close the day down here, it's gonna be, it's probably gonna be pretty nasty tomorrow, barring any news. Hmm. We got what, an hour and a half left? Our institution's net short. CTAs probably are now. Nice, Carl. Well done. Did you say thank you to Gamma Strike? I said thank you to Nuke. Told Dork to fuck off and told JFresh he met expectations. Perfect. Yeah. Same, Dork. Same. Early advice. If someone report I'd like to buy a Snoopy moped scooter from Korea, can you imagine how great that ride would be? No. Yucking to close. I mean, if we lose 5,100, vol goes up pretty sharply. So, yeah, it'd be bad. I think we're just kind of running out of downside interest. There's still, like, out of the money puts being bought, but right now, near spot, small number of calls being bought to the upside, out to, like, 5,150. Some puts at 5,110 and 05, and then the bounce driven by calls at 5,100. So I think it'll be kind of hard to get out of like this 5,100 to 5,110 range, but if bulls do, they might be able to push higher. If it falls back, I don't know if we go much lower than 5,100, but we could. Yeah, they could get burned. It's not a lot of them. That's for sure. At least not yet. If we consolidate more, though, they might start to build out more of them. $51.50 is crazy. VIX is like sky high right now. Why is it crazy? VIX is at 35. 35. At the money IV on 0 DTs is like 42%. Yeah, I mean, I don't think 50 is crazy, but by any means. $50 is only like 70 points away. Hmm. Hmm. Gex on the bottom left creates a nice ramp to the right, yeah? Does it? It's not really a ramp. It's just negative gamma falls off on an upside move. But I already said if they bounce it here, they can push it up to 5150. That's where the upside call interest is. So. But back to flat gamma is not exactly bullish. It's just better than where we're at right now. Trump tries to fire Powell, like actually tries to remove him. Yeah, it'd probably cause a market it'd probably cause a market crash. No problem, man. Where can one buy this magical gamma strike? Here, I'll give you the website. I think the link's in the description, but if it's not, I'll put it in the chat. Successfully? Like the last time a president fought the Fed successfully, it was probably Hoover. That worked out well for the U.S. Hoover tried. Actually, Hoover really did have people's best interests in mind. He tried to get the Fed to raise rates during the 20s while the economy was heating up. And they chose to cut instead. And then after the crash, he tried to get them to cut rates, and they raised them, which froze borrowing and probably was one of the root causes of the Great Depression. But, Truman fought the Fed pretty hard. I think Kennedy had a lot of spats with the Fed. Reagan and Bush, Nixon. Not uncommon, but very uncommon for a president to, they've fought with them, right? This is what I want for my economic policy and you're not doing it kind of shit. But it never went so far as to attempt to remove the Fed, the Fed chair. Hmm. Kennedy? Yeah. Kennedy frequently bitched at, what was his name? Martin? He was constantly meeting with him, trying to get him to do what he wanted on rates. But Martin kind of fucked Truman over. Um, like he was intentionally installed to push forward Truman's monetary policy. And then once he got in office, he kind of just told Truman to go fuck himself. And Nixon and Burns were constantly battling over shit. But Burns was manipulated a lot more. We all know what happened with Burns. The 10-year at 5%. Big deal. They ever call them big losers? No. Yeah, it's not JPA's decision. I mean, he has a lot of sway, but yeah, it's not. And it's really hard to plant someone in the Fed too. So it's not like Trump can work a lackey in there. You know, to even be considered for Fed chair, you have to be on the Fed board of governors already, which means that he really only gets to pick from the people that are already currently making policy decisions. Even if they're, well, I guess a non-voting member too, but most of them all share the same point of view right now. So, I mean, the most you can do is flip one vote. It's not really worth it. And the thing you do by attacking the Fed is you rob it of its independence. I still think that reporter asking if Trump regretted putting J-Pow in the Fed, that was funny as fuck. And if J-Pow's the dove on the dot plot, right? The fucking new guy wants to hike rates. You got it, Jim. Can you trade SPX options using euros? Sure. Do you have an option to trade SPX options in Europe? As long as your broker transacts it, it probably works fine. We need a new Volcker. Probably. But we really needed a Volcker the last 2 years, not now. Shockingly, now we need a JPO. We need inaction from the Fed. Trump's fixated on rate cuts, while NQT would arguably be better if not driving interest rates and propping bonds. I don't think now is a great time to end QT, and I think QT is going to end before it should. And if we don't get a debt ceiling raise, there's gonna be some major fucking problems of managing the Fed's balance sheet over the next like 6 to 12 months. Hmm. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Huh. Weird. Have you ever looked into hymns? Yeah. Seems like it's had a hard time getting it up lately, but there could be potential. There was a lot of hope for the GLP-1 drugs being a big driver of profits for them, but then the more GLP-1 drugs got approved and for more use cases, which makes them far easier to get vis-a-vis insurance and from your general practitioner. Also, yes, I saw the pun. It was very good. Very punny. Hmm. Alright, I gotta fix some things. So give me a minute. I'll be right back. Because my computer did a weird Windows fucking update. And I gotta deal with shit. Art of surprise. That's fine. What you snacking on? Chinese food? Bob puts coming in at 51.25 and 30. Bot calls at 15 and 20. Also, somebody's still buying a bunch of 50.75 puts. Weird. Just slightly higher low on the bounce. You gonna straddle or strangle tonight? I don't know. I guess it depends on how close to 5100 we close. But VIX is up 17%. There's not as many sold puts down here as there were the last time we dropped, so the jump in volatility is more muted. I may or may not, hypothetically, in a manner of speaking, if you look at the situation through a certain lens regarding various biases, have one of those 50-75 puts. Godspeed. Yeah, 5100 I might do like an inverse butterfly or something. I don't want to pay all that money to get realized vol crush tomorrow. Most of the data is in the back half of the week. Could maybe drop more smoothly? Maybe, yeah, less erratic price action. I don't I don't actually think expectations for earnings are that low. I think people expect guidance to come down because of tariffs. And may punish companies that try to ignore tariffs. Tech Bro's not realizing when the Mag 7 have to guide down, first thing they're going to cut is CapEx, and then they cannibalize themselves via passive flows. Looking at Univideo. Yep. ETFs will eat them alive. No, I'm here. Profit taking. I'll probably straddle if we don't close at any major strikes. I can tell when there's profit taking. Negative gamma to the upside, it's falling off super fucking hard. Gamma doesn't decrease into expiration. No, it does add the money, but the add the money gamma doesn't. Hmm. Profit taking? Yeah. So far, the impact isn't super significant, but there's some bot calls out at 35, which look like they might be fucked. Some of the 25s just took profit, and the 30s. 5110s just collapsed, and there's some 5100, 5095 put buying. Why is 5119 so important? It seems arbitrary. It's the low from April of 2024. It's a very important, like, technical level. Also systematic. We kind of are chopping. I don't know, there's like support at 15, resistance at 30. International investors own 18% of the S&P at the end of last week. So not all of them. We were ready to buy Gamma Strike. Is there a spot to learn how to use it properly? So we have documentation that's available on the homepage for free. You can reference that at any time, and that'll give you information about the indicators, options in general, kind of the thesis behind what we built, etc. And then there's Gamma Strike roundtables here on the YouTube, about 15 episodes of them. And those are live Q&As with Gamma Strike customers where we kind of address hold on. Okay. That was unpleasant. Yeah, live Q&As with customers. We kind of go over questions they have about the platform, how to trade on the platform, stuff I do, shit like that. And you can review those here on the YouTube. You thought Burr killed you? No, but I did have a single grain of rice that, like, tickled my tonsil in a very, very unpleasant way. That's not what killed Lou Gehrig? Hmm. Nice. Yeah, it's got a little room to run. 40? Mm. Bunch of bot puts at 5150 on that spike up. Which makes you think that puts were bought to close. What's the most useful data combo on GS? Depends what you trade. If they get to 5150, I swear to God, you cheat. Micro cheat. ridiculous. Well, we've still got 20 minutes till close. And we left behind a gap at 51.30. Hello there, Gamma Flip. Yeah, it's come to join the party. A bit of resistance here. Hmm. Is MOASS over? Yeah, in 2021. How do we know when to stop buying gold? Hmm. It's a good question. When safety and stability is restored to the dollar? Oh, Gherk, you're so funny. I know. Yeah, there's bot calls coming into the upside. 45 and 50. Me too. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Me Too a shout out for hooking you up. Oh, and you got trash. Nice. Because we're going to get rejected? I mean, we could get rejected at 40, but I think the incoming bot calls indicate a retest of the delta flow. Well, retest of 5150 at least. Yeah, I mean, I guess 40 could fail. It depends on profit taking. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm not really sure bears are trying that hard to defend 40. There's a synthetic short at 50. That they might defend, but made money today. This community has been life-changing. Gamma Strike, bidets, and baby farms. This is a great start to the week. Nice, easy, bearish bias into open. Not too bad. Nice, just won a moon. Glad to hear it, man. Not denied. That's not rejected yet. That's like a little rejection, but it can still just push back up. It's consolidating more than anything. I think the question here is like, do in the money calls take profit before the out of the money calls are realized? And the answer might start to be yes here in a second. If we if we lose 30, bulls are probably fucked. Dirty little toe beans. Thank you, man. Welcome aboard, Nikhil. In the upcoming Tech Bro Feudalism, will you be taking applications for vassaldom? Is that through Gamma Strike? Yes, Gamma Strike officially makes me a Tech Bro. Worst kind of Tech Bro. Tech Bro CEO. I can't wait to get up on a stage that I paid millions of dollars for to pontificate about things that I didn't change in my platform over the prior year and why it's so much better now. Finance Tech Bro CEO? I mean, you know, back in 2021, I saw Vlad getting all that sweet money, and I was like, I could do that. Reminds me of Gavin Belson. I would compare the Gamma Strike team more to the... Well, I would say that we ascribe more to the teachings of Jin Yang than anything else. There's a shocking amount of hot dog, not hot dog, baked into real-time data feeds. Since leather jacket and hoodies are already taken, what will be your signature look? I'm thinking lederhosen. Trizzo, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Stop giving away IP. I didn't say I was gonna wear them, Carl. Gherkin will sell out to Kenny for enough money, yeah. Special occasion. God, I love that show. Are you eweing my Billionaire song? No? Okay. Ooh, look at that bounce. Pomp. How far this channel has fallen. Gherk will sell out to Kenny. Gherk is a paid shill and always has been. That's right. At least someone remembers. This isn't a ridiculous pump. Today was one of your best price call out days on SPX. 51.19 and lower, and now 51.90. How is this possible? And don't say Gamma Strike. Gamma Strike. Okay, fine. Gamma Strike with a sprinkle of Stock God. Just a dash. Like a stock demigod. Hmm. Stock Centaur. Have you guys ever read Greek mythology? Yeah, okay. It's weird, man. Fucking Zeus is constantly turning himself into animals because he wants to fuck different women. Like, if you were just like a Greek farm girl in, 800 BC, you had to be careful out in the fields because Zeus could be like a goat or a bull. Read it? We're living it. You didn't have to make it dirty, Barodactyl. Oh, help me, Zeus. I'm stuck in the fence again. Yeah, I don't think he was big on consent. Zeus was not a great guy, or deity. killed his parents. I mean, he had fucking issues already. He turned his wife into a fly and then ate her. uh, yeah, it's just some weird shit. If you really just put it into like a modern perspective, you know. He killed his dad because he tried to eat him, though. Yeah, true. Why are these women into animals? I don't think they were into animals. I think Zeus would just go around hiding his various like wildlife and then kind of pounce on people. When I went to the Acropolis last year, I looked at my wife and went, think of all the women that were banged here by the gods, and this is why you're being forced into having a baby STD slot machine. Because she has to put up with that shit. Oh my god. Zeus is kind of like Elon Musk. Except lightning and magic. Which would make Elon Musk way cringier. I was having such a good day until you reminded me. No problem, Sasan. I did try to tell everybody this was going to go to 5150. 60 is a bit of a surprise here, but end of day vol. Is there a story where Zeus gives a lady a horse for hush payments? I don't know. It seems like he's not even giving away horses anymore. It's just like Teslas. Who's the woman that he just got pregnant and then like she had to sell her Tesla because he's not paying child support? Maybe the stories are to provide cover so Don Deck could be like, I think Zeus just disguised himself as a chicken. St. Clair, Cloud. I don't fucking know their names. Imagine being worth $151 million and you just try to avoid paying child support. Billion. 150. Well, I guess it's less now. So I mean, down 3%, then back up 1%. Well, the puts took profits. You just expect it to go down forever? Yeah, I know. They moved to Texas and established residency there, and then they only have to pay so much. Like, every rich guy in the country knows that. And Texas knows it. They can get rich deadbeat dads to move there. Yoink. Back to 50? Maybe. There's still a lot of calls at 60, but those are bleeding off quick. Me too. Butterflies are gonna live the dream. That's the entire plot of God of War. Moving to Texas to pay less in child support. Glad I never played that game. Did you just jinx me? Oh. I would never do such a thing with 0 seconds left on the clock. Haha, the 60 calls got fucked. Yeah, they did. Although, there were only 500 or so left. Alright. TradingView is going to be fucked up, just FYI, because my computer restarted. But nice downside move today. Retested the 5100 level. A little bit lower than the prior low following the tariff pause announcement, which could be kind of interesting. We bounced off the bottom of the trend there. Possibly retest the top of the trend and then maybe get some more downside into tomorrow before we get data in the back half of the week. A little bit of a turnaround on the 5140 support level there on ES. Moving back up to retest 5205, which was a pretty important level for earlier today. So maybe we retest like 5205 in the overnight and see bears reposition. I would say a failure to retest 5205 would be just bearish. Amazing callouts. Thank you so much, Ribs. I do this shit all the time. You're just not paying attention. Dollar declined 105 points today, with yields at the top end of the curve rising between 2 and 2.3%. The 20-year getting really close to the 5%. The 10-year almost at 4.5. Remember that the last time the 10-year hit 4.5, there was a almost immediate response from the government. There is a significant amount of risk to the banking system with yields at 4.5% or higher, especially at 5%. That the route from 4.5 to 5% is very short, and so preemptively you may see a response from the administration or the Treasury or the Fed. In the event that the 10-year hits those levels. And if they do respond in some way, that could lead to equity market bounce and then probably, some bullishness across the top end of the curve. What would be a Treasury response? They have a bunch of shit they can do. They can change issuance. They can try to pump more money into the system. They can step in with more operations for banks to get rid of their underwater hold to maturity securities, which Yellen did previously, but they could still do more on that front. So I mean, they have like a whole bag full of options. Commodity is down pretty hard today. CL falling back about 2%. Precious metals doing very well, obviously, with the drop in the dollar. Gold up 3.13%. Silver up 0.5%. Still lagging a bit there. Everything else looks kind of shitty. 1 month correlation moved up. Ugh. Yeah, so one month correlation and 3 month correlation both moved up with a little bit of a turnaround at the end of the day, but that snapped back into close. So possibly we'll start to see correlation continue to climb higher as the dispersion trade breaks down on the rise in volatility. And remember, a lot of people were shorting the index trying to get that under control and move back into that dispersion trade. Obviously, today wiped some of that out, but not all of it. Leverage on the carry at 8% or 8x. So still fairly high, especially given the fact that the yen declined so hard today. It's kind of surprising to see that leverage ratio move up. Move down on Friday. Probably not going to do much today either. Skew, I believe, dropped at the end of the last week. Sorry, all these charts are going to be messed up. Yeah, skew dropped. We'll probably have more out of the money put demand after today's 2.6% drop. This I could probably fix pretty quickly. Give me a second. Oh, I don't even need to. Something's wrong there. VIX cash VIX picking up a little bit more correlation today. So this might be the start of another larger move in volatility. Correlation remained high throughout the decline in vol. It's still high now and now rising. So I would say that upside demand on volatility is definitely there. And we may see more of that over the coming days. The end of the week does have some data that has some potential to turn things around a little bit, but I would say that nothing short of larger announcements out of the administration will make much of a difference. Fed fund futures moving back a little closer to 2 cuts for September of this year. And, this one was fun. The 10-2 bear steepener picked up another 21%. Now at 0.649, which is a pretty significant level. If we go back to the COVID crash, we saw the 2-year spread move up to like 70% or so. Prior recessions are fairly similar as well. Back here in 08, you had a fair amount of decently wide spread on that. That's actually quite a bit more than now, though. But that's kind of where things kicked off, right? In this like September of 07, October of 07, right around the level we're at now. And then, obviously we hit a very significant recession out into 2012. And really, I mean, as far as yields are concerned, that kind of didn't resolve itself for quite some time into like 2017. Early 90s recession, same thing. .com bubble, also very close to hitting that recessionary period. So, yeah, we got some possible trouble ahead of us on that front. Also, this was the longest inversion of the yield curve prior to it moving positive that we've ever seen historically, with it lasting, from July of 2022 all the way out into August of 24. So, yeah, kind of a big deal there. Anyway, I guess on the technical side, we failed the trend intraday, but closed back above it. Obviously, that bounce could form a continuation, but I don't think so. It's kind of a weak bounce, and it is starting to look like we're gonna retest those prior lows before finding either a higher low or getting a new low. So this definitely is still continuing to carry a pretty bearish bias into the middle of this week. And I think that's about it. Yeah. So thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you all did really well today. It was a pretty easy one to trade. And I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Later.